Yes.
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Madlala,
Yes.
the oath you took to tell the truth, nothing else but the truth, you still under that oath.
Lalaba kumadla lesifungo uyasithatha sokuthi uzokhuluma iqiniso kuphela okunye okuphambene iqiniso leso sifungo sesamiri uyazisaba.
Yebo ngiyezwa.
Oath confirm, my lord.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Mr. Madlala. Yesterday we worked very well. Let's just continue with that pace today. I am putting questions, you are answering. Do you understand that?
Ngizolo sisebenze kahle Nkosi yami, asiqhubeke ngalendlela esisebenza ngayo izolo. Mina ke ngizobuza imibuzo wena uyaphendula. Uyazwisisa? I do understand.
If you did not hear the question, ask that I repeat the question.
Uma ungawizwa umbuzo kahle, uboqela ukuthi mawuphinde.
Yes.
Understood?
And if you do not have the answer, you just tell the court that no, I don't have the answer.
Uma ungenayo impendulo utshela inkosi yenkantolo ukuthi qha wena unayo impendulo yalombuzo. Okay.
You remember where we ended yesterday
Usakhumbula ukuthi kizolo sime kuphi?
in respect of accused number 5.
Masikhuluma ngayo umangalo wesihlanu.
Yebo ngisakhumbula.
Yes, I still recall.
Accused number 5 has never been to Kelly's house on the date of the incident. What do you say to that?
Umangalo wesihlanu kazange aye endlini kaKelly ngesuku lesehlakalo. Uthini ngale nkulumo leyo? Uvumelana noma qha
Can
uyayiphikisa?
I get are you referring to the apartment?
Oh, sorry, my lord. Let me just say to the house in which the incident took place.
Yeah. Because my understanding is that it belongs to Kelly's mother.
Where the incident took place? Yes, that one. My apologies, ma'am.
Yes.
Bulungu soyiphutha elincane lapho Nkosi yami ne ukuthi yena umangalo wesihlanu kazange aye endlini la ekubokheli endlini kamama kaKelly ngalesuku lesigameko noma lesihlakalo. Le nkulumo leyo uyayivumela noma uyayiphikisa?
Ngiyayivumela ngimbonanga endlini.
Yes.
Abantu abangena endlini wayengekho.
I do concede to that because he was not amongst the intruders who entered the house.
Accused number 5 also will tell this court that he has never been with any of the accused before this court on the date of the incident. Do you have any comment?
Lo mangalo wesihlanu Nkosi yami uzobuye futhi aqele inkosi yenkantolo ukuthi ke ngalelo langa lesehlakalo kazange yena azithole anabo noma omunye walaba aboshwe kayinabo. Le khona ungaphawula ngale nkulumo?
Angazi lutho ngalokho.
I don't know anything about that. Ngicela ukhulume lephezulu ngisho futhi.
Should remember, Mr. Madala, these things have to record you.
Okay.
When you lower your voice, there's a failure.
Uqaphele ukuthi le mshini kumele inyathelise iphimbo lakho. Ma ukhulumela phansi ke kuba nenkinga ukuthi iphimbo lakho litholakala ngisho inkosi yakho.
Yebo ngiyezwa.
I do understand, my lord.
Above, thank you, my lord. Above that, accused number 5 also will tell this court that above being not at the crime scene, he also never possessed any firearm that was used in the commission of this offense.
Ngaphezu kwalokho ukuthi kazange yena abe khona la kwenzeke khona leqala ku crime scene. Uzosho futhi ukuthi yena ke azange futhi ke aphathe isibhamu ngalolu suku lo lesibayelanisa nalo liqala leli. Kukhona ongaphola ngale nkulumo?
Angazi kusho mhlawumbe singaphawula bona bomthetho abambopha kanjani.
I don't have any comment about that. I think the law enforcement officers, those who effected arrest on him, they are the best ones who can come and shed light.
But you did not see him carrying a firearm in the house when the incident took place.
Kodwa yena zange umbona phethe isibhamu phakathi endlini ngesikhathi kwenzeka lesigameko.
Ngabe sengishilo ukuthi angimbonanga kulabantu abangena endlini.
As I've already said, I did not see him amongst the intruders who entered the house.
So the answer is yes.
Impendulo ngamanye amagama uyebo.
Yebo ngimbonanga.
Yes, I did not see him.
Thank you. Let's move on that pace. Let's go back. My Lord, I'm sorry. My apologies for going back with few questions on the aspect that I touched yesterday before I move on to the other aspect of the cross-examination.
Not in the sense of repetition.
Not in the sense of reputation, yes. Thank you, Madam. We talk about the payment that you received from Netflix, Mr. Madala, yesterday, you remember?
Yes.
Yizo sikhulume ngemali noma inkokhelo ethole iqhamuka kaNetflix uyakhumbula yizo?
Yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I do recall.
And you said you were not at liberty to tell this court how much was paid to you. Is that correct?
Uye washo ukuthi wena awukakhululeki ukuthi ungatshela lenkantolo ukuthi wena ke bakubhadala emalini. Kunjalo?
Yebo.
That's correct.
How was it paid to you?
Then ke wakhokhelwa kanjani?
No cash.
In cash?
Okay. After receiving that amount, okay, can I just rephrase that, my lord? Is it correct that the deceased was married to Mandisa? To Mandisa.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi yena umufi bekashade naye uMandisa?
Married.
Sorry, my lord.
What's the question?
Can I just rephrase it, my lord? Was the deceased married?
Umufi bekashadile.
Bengazi ukuthi ubekalobolile.
I knew that he paid lobola.
So he had a fiance.
Bekanomuntu ahlalisana naye, fiance.
Yebo.
That's correct.
What's the name of his fiance?
Lo muntu lo bekahlala naye ubani?
Mandisa Mkhize.
Mandisa Mkhize.
Okay. Did she have any child with the deceased?
Yena lo Mandisa bekanengane naye umufi.
Yebo bekanayo.
Correctly so.
Okay. How old was the child when the deceased died in this case?
Lengane yayi indala kangakanani ngesikhathi ke umufi ashona kuleli qala?
Anginayo ukuthi bengani but besayincane because bengakwazi nokuhlala.
Okay. I'm not sure how old he or she was, but it was still an infant because she could not even sit.
Okay. When was this money for Netflix paid to you? When?
Le mali ya Netflix bakhokhelwa nini?
I think last year.
I think it's last year.
Did you inform Mandisa
Uyowamazisa Mandisa ngalokho?
that you have received money after selling the pictures for the deceased?
Uyomazisa ukuthi uyowathola imali ngemva kokuthi uthengisa izithombe
Or
zakhe.
after sharing, maybe let me rephrase, my lord, after sharing the pictures for the deceased
Or ngemva kokuthi usharise izithombe zakhe umufi
with Netflix?
uzithumele lapha ka Netflix uyamtshela ukuthi uyowathola imali.
Angimazisanga bengasiboni isidingo salokho.
I did not inform her. I did not see any need of doing that.
I will ask you the reason. For now, I have not asked the reason. Did you inform Mandisa that we have received money after sharing the deceased pictures with Netflix?
Azange ngimtshela.
I did not tell her.
Okay. Did you give Mandisa anything just to look after for the sake of the child that belonged to the deceased? Just to support, for Mandisa to support that child. Did you give Mandisa anything in
Ikhona into
support of it?
ayinikeza uMandisa kakhulukazi masibheke ehlangothini lomntwana ukuthi akwazi ukunakekela ingane phela.
Akukho uyayisupportela uMandisa umntana wakhe.
No, she's taking care of her own child.
But you, after benefiting from the father of that child,
Kodwa wena ngemva kokuthi ke uthola umvuzo ngokuthi ke ubenefit kuye lo baba walengane le.
did you give any portion to that child, minor child of the deceased, who was your best friend?
Uye wayinika lengane encane ke imali lengane yomngane wakho lo best friend.
Angicabanga ukuthi kwakufanele ngikwenze lokho. Mhlambe ifamily yakho senza kumele ikwenze lokho.
I don't think that I was supposed to do that, but I think that that is Senzo's family that was supposed to have done that, not myself.
Did you give the child did you share money with the child?
Uye wayishare le mali nale ngane?
Angishiranga nomntwana bekuyami mos.
It was my money.
Am I correct to say you were best friend with Senzo when he was still alive? And immediately when he was shot, you were no longer a best friend?
Ngiqinisele ngithi wena uyi best friend yakho uSenzo ngesikhathi asaphila kodwa ke ngemva kokuthi adutshulwe bongasese yi best friend yakhe.
Mayesho kanjalo indlela abona ngayo mina ngikwazi kanjalo.
If you say so, that's your own speculation. I don't see it that way.
Yeah, then what's your response to what I'm saying?
So uPaula uthini kule nkulumo eqhamuka kuyumele
That you were no longer, you ceased to be a friend to the deceased immediately after he was shot. You were a friend when he was still alive.
ukuthi uyekile kuba umngane wakhe umufi ngesikhathi aqeda ukudutshulwa lo umngane wakhe uthembekile ngesikhathi esaphila. uPaula uthini ngalokho?
Lokho kwamanga lokho bengithi mhlambe njengoba ekachaza ekuqaleni ukuthi uyabuza ngiyaphendula if akusho indlela abona ngayo yini mina ngikhuluma ngakona lokho akushoyo.
That is a lie. Actually, the way you are putting it, I thought that it's a question, maybe I will answer it, but the way you are putting it, that's your own speculation.
Mr. Madala, if you were to promote any cause that Senzo Meyiwa would have promoted when he was still alive, would that not be in the interest of your best friend?
Uzulumbuzo Nkosi yami ukuthi uma khona kube ungapromote ke uma yena lo mufi ke bengesa asaphila asadlanhlamvana ke lokho kupromote lokho bongazama ukwenza kakhulukazi ubheke kuye inzuzo yakhe nomngane wakho.
No ngangabhekanga inzuzo njengoba ngingachaza ukuthi engangikwenza kwakufika ama family members akami angivelanga ngasuke ngakwenza nje ngokwami.
My Lord, I can answer that. I was not looking for any benefit or gain. What I did is that the family of the deceased approached me, so that I did not do on my own accord.
Yeah, no, that you said yesterday. But is Senzo's child not your child as an African?
Ingane kaSenzo akusingane yakho masibheka indlela yethu yesAfrica.
Iyafana nayo nengane yami.
Yes, it's the same as my child.
Yeah. And yesterday you told us that you have a number of children that you support. Would Senzo's child not fall among those for whom you are responsible?
Ngizolo utshele enkantolo ukuthi unezingane engezakho zondlako. Yena lo mntwana kaSenzo ke akaweli phakathi kwazo ezinye izingane zakho ukuthi unayo kanjalo umnakekela umondla.
Yebo kunjalo.
That's correct.
Yes, sorry.
But you decided not to give that poor child even a cent from the money that you benefited from Netflix.
Kodwa uthethe isinqumo sokuthi yona le ngane le ungayiniki nesente emnyama kule mali oyizuzile wena.
Yebo anginikanga akekho futhi umuntu engamnika even nasekhaya.
Yes, I did not share it with the child. There's no one that I share this money with, even people at my own home.
Your behavior is very shocking. The manner in which you behaved yourself after the death of Senzo Meyiwa.
Indlela oziphethe ngayo cha iyaqaka kakhulukazi ngemva kokuthi yena ke umufi le ashona.
You received the money from Netflix. You did not share with the family for Senzo Meyiwa. You did not share it with his child. You did not share it with his fiancé. With whom did you share this money for Senzo Meyiwa with?
Lalela ngemva kokuthi uyithole imali eqhamuka kaNetflix zange uyishare nengane kaSenzo nomfazi wakhe nebabili. Kahle kahle uyishare nobani le mali le uyithole kaNetflix.
I think nje umndeni wakaSenzo wawuza kimi ama family members ayeza kimi azongi-approach ukuthi ngiyenze lento. Obviously nabo khona into ababezoyithola. So angeke bavele beze bezongi-approach bona ngihlalele ekhaya ekugcineni bangatholi next bo. Njengoba bengincenga kanje khona nabantu ababezoyithola ngithi.
The fact that the Senzo's family members approached me, begged me to do whatever I did, it means that there was something that they were also going to benefit from this action, because if there was nothing that they are going to benefit from, they were not even going to beg me.
Don't shift the blame. I'm talking about the money that you received, not what was received by other people.
Ungashifti blame baba, sikhuluma ngemali etholwe nguwesiqu sakho, hayi etholwe ngabanye abantu.
Angishifti blame because ama-pictures awami, even if bekufika noma ubani wafuna mangingathandi nabe ngingiwakhiphe because abelonga kimi.
Okay, I'm not shifting the blame. The pictures are mine, they belong to me. Then if anyone could have come and approached me, I would have refused. So I'm not shifting the blame.
The mother of the deceased, did you give her anything, any portion from this money that you benefited from Netflix?
Umama kamufi ikhona ingxenye le mali oyizuzile oyowamnika yona.
Did you?
Ngizomnika kanjani umuntu angangikhulumisi? Besides ke angicabanga ngalokho, even noma kuthiwa ngicabangile ngizomnika kanjani umuntu angangikhulumisi because ngibingelelwa ngavuma.
I did not actually think about it, or it did not cross my mind for me to have done that. And again, how would have I shared these benefits with her if when I greet her, she does not agree, she does not speak to me?
Please answer the question. Did you give the deceased mother, did you share money that you received from Netflix with the deceased mother? Yes or no?
Lalaka babamandla lapha lo mbuzo nawo uqondile ukuthi ingabe le mali wena uyizuze ka Netflix uye wayishare naye umama kamufi, yebo noma cha?
Chaza kaningi ke lokho, cha ngingakusho nasekuqaleni futhi akekho ngayishare naye, so uyabuya futhi lo mbuzo angazi ngiyishare namuntu.
It's a no, because even initially I did explain about it that I did not share the money with anyone because that was my money.
And you are saying this question is coming back.
Uthi lo mbuzo ubuya futhi.
And you don't know the reason why I'm repeating this question.
And isizathu ukuthi ngiphinde futhi lo mbuzo awazi.
So yours is to answer the question no matter how many times I ask it. You're gonna answer it.
Okwakho ukuthi uphendule lo mbuzo akukhathalisekile ukuthi ngikubuza wona kangaki, wena kumele uphendule.
Did you share the money with the deceased mother, yes or no?
Uye wayishare imali le oyizuzile naye umama kamufi, yebo noma cha?
Angikaze ngishare namuntu.
I did not share it with anyone.
With the deceased mother?
No mama kamufi?
I'm specific now.
I did not share the money with
that
anyone.
Question you are repeating. He did answer it. It's just that he also adds a reason.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, let's proceed.
Thank you. For us to proceed very well, you just don't have to be arrogant. Just answer the question.
Ukuthi sikwazi ukuqhubeka kahle phambili Nkosi yami nje akudingeki ukuthi ubonise ukuthi unengane nje ukhona nje ukuthi uphendule nje umbuzo obuzwa wona. Understood?
Yesterday we ended up where we were talking about the point wherein you identified the intruder whilst you were under the influence of alcohol. You remember that aspect?
Uyakhumbula ukuthi kuzolo siyezama kule phuzu la khona ke bokhomba khona noma identify yona umuntu onhlasele yona intruder ngesikhathi ke uphuzi. Usakhumbula?
Yes, ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, I still remember.
Okay.
You know, I thought about this, just that I didn't think about it when you asked. Do you mean here in court or elsewhere?
Here in court, my lord, sorry.
Meaning that he was under the influence of liquor here in court?
Sorry, my lord, he was under the influence of liquor inside the house when the incident took place. We talked about that yesterday.
And here in court, he related things he observed whilst under. Okay.
Yes, my lord. Thank you.
I understand.
Thank you, my lord.
Did you? Oh, sorry.
Maybe the court may.
Yeah. The question is, does he agree that when he came to court, when he sat there and pointed to accused number 2 as one of the culprits, he was relating his recollection, his mental recollection of things he observed whilst under the influence of liquor.
Lala kahle Nkosi yami ke inkosi yenkantolo iyayicacisa kamhlophe ukuthi ke okwenzekile ukuthi lokho mawuze la enkantolo ungufakazi uhleli la uhleli khona ngesikhathi ukhomba ke yena umangalo wesibili njengomuntu owambona angene endlini njengomuntu wabantu abalihlasela ke lokho ukwenza phezulu kwemikhumbulo ukhumbula lesehlakalo ngendlela sehlaka ngakhona senzeka ngakhona kulela khaya kodwa ngesikhathi sobe uphuzile utshwala uyangizwisisa hayi la enkantolo ngesikhathi uphuza utshwala ekhaya
Oh yeah.
yes.
Thank you, my lord. Okay. Did you check from the butler door of the door which was used by the intruder if there was any mark of the forced entry?
Uye wacheka lapha kiyo ibhaplato yomnyango longene ngaba labantu abanihlasela ukuthi ingabe ke likhona uphawu noma imark yokubonisa ukungena ngenkani.
Angikaze ngicheke ngisasingekho isikhathi sokucheka ngoba sikwenzekile wonke umuntu wayetatazela ngichekhanga.
Okay. I did not check because after the incident happened each and every person was just busy and then I did not check.
Mr. Tumelo Madlala,
Yeah.
please answer the question. Don't give explanation.
Lala Nkosi yami oqelwa umeli ukuthi ukwenze ukuthi uphendule nje kwaphela ke unganikezi ingazelo ungaqhazi.
Did you check the door also if there was any forced entry?
Umnyango no uyocheka ukuthi ke ngabe zikhona impawu noma upholibonisa ukuthi kungenwe ngenkani.
Hayi ngichekhanga.
No, I did not check.
And do you know the reason why you did not check that? Do you know the reason why it did not even ring to your mind to check even at a later stage?
Ngabe yasazi izathu ukuthi kungani ungakuchekanga lapho and then kungani ke lo mcabango ungafikanga engqondweni ukuthi ekhambeni kwesikhathi ucheck ukuthi ngabe zikhona impawu zokuthi kungenwe ngenkani.
Ngizocheka kanjani umuntu mayithukile ucheka zonke lezi zinto mawuthukile.
How could I check if you are scared?
You were not scared. You were not even shocked. It's because you were under the influence of liquor. You did not know what to do inside the house.
Bonga kathukwa ndoda yami yakithi kodwa okukhona ke bowuphuzile.
I don't think I agree with your position. Are you saying that intoxication eliminates fear or being shocked?
No, my lord, I'm suggesting that a reasonable man would have checked the entryway in the intruder, which was used by the intruder to gain entry inside the house.
After your friend has been shot dead and you have been to hospital, when you come back,
Yeah, just to check. Yes, my lord. If the question is allowed, my lord.
no, I think I will allow. I'm just wondering whether it was his duty.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Yeah, but I don't think the question is out of order.
Okay.
Let us have him.
Can I continue, my lord?
Yeah.
Thank you, my lord. You further said,
As a court, please, my lord, I just want us to qualify what the witness in fact is saying. My learned friend is putting to the witness that he was under the influence of alcohol. You must keep in mind the witness says he did drink, but he was not drunk, as he put it. He was not under the influence of alcohol. If my learned friend continues to put it to the witness that he was under the influence of alcohol, I'm just worried that it might be captured incorrectly and recorded. The witness has maintained that she did take alcohol, but that he could still see what was going on. He was not drunk.
It sounds like an issue for argument.
Yes.
thank you, my lord.
I also don't know why Advocate Michelon is hammering on that. He did say that he had no more than 3 cats.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe it might be a matter for argument. It might be a matter around which maybe even some expert knowledge might be necessary. but I don't think we can do it now. But I have noted that Advocate Michelle Olo is hammering on it.
Indeed, my lord, the fact that someone has had 4 cans doesn't mean that he was under the influence. It depends on a variety of factors, whether a person has had a meal, the weight of that person. It's a contested terrain, my lord.
Yeah.
We submit that.
But would it disqualify the question?
Yes, but just to say you had drinks, not to say you were under the influence. I was worried the word intoxication was also used. Maybe just to qualify that, to say you did partake of some drinks.
I'm not sure whether you and me understand the same about being under the influence.
Yes.
It's relative.
Yes.
You may be slightly under the influence,
Yes.
you may be
Yes,
heavily
Yes.
under the influence, you may drink to a stupor.
Yes.
And the question is put in a manner blunt without going to those, to the extent of the influence. But
Yes.
influence is, I would think from the first gulp you begin getting under the influence, but is it influence such that will hinder your ability to observe? That's another question.
Indeed, my lord. As long as we steer clear of, the word drunk, or intoxicated, just to say you did have drinks. And we also stay clear of the weight you were under the influence. As the court says, it's relative, but I think for the witness to understand the question that's been put to him, and we don't want to prescribe to my learned friend, but I think it will only be fair
Mr.
to say.
Baloyi, the witness was very clear yesterday.
Yes.
Thank you.
The witness said, I had no more than 4 cans,
Yes.
but I wasn't so inebriated that I became unable to observe what is happening around me.
Yes.
That he said very clearly.
Indeed.
Yes. So
He said
I am unable to say that the question is improper.
yes.
Because whatever he says and whatever she asks, it's in the background of what he said yesterday.
Yes, but all I'm saying is that, there shouldn't be at cross purposes. The witness says, I did drink, but I was not drunk. If we proceed along those lines, the state will not have problems with it.
There you are.
Thank you, my lord. I think I should be allowed to use the term you were under the influence. That's the legal terminology, my lord. The witness admitted yesterday that he had consumed cans, so he was under the
influence.
Under the influence,
But
yes.
still able to observe what is happening.
Yes, my
around.
lord. Yes, my lord. But he was under the influence, and it's a matter of argument, my lord.
That's why I keep on saying.
Yes, my lord. I don't know why there's a problem with that word.
No, he's afraid that we may interpret drunk in the sense that the witness drank himself to a stupor,
Thank you, my lord.
which is what the witness denied yesterday.
Thank you, my lord. But can I continue, my lord, to use that line?
Yes. Advocate Baloyi, let the word not offend you. It's in the background of what the witness said from yesterday.
That is a conclusion.
Let's proceed.
Thank you, my lord. Whilst you are still there, Mr. Madlala, under the influence of liquor, when you came back from the hospital, is it correct that you find the police inside the house?
Sesekule phuzu lokuthi ke bophuzule utshwala ngisho Nkosi yami manibuya lesibhedlela ke niyathola amaphoyisa asekhona lapha endlini ngaphakathi.
Yebo ayisekhona.
Yes.
Did the police do any blood test on you, together with all the other people who were present when the incident took place, who were with you, who were drinking alcohol with you when the shooting incident took place? Did the police take any blood tests from you?
Nalla kahle Nkosi yami ke wona lamaphoyisa ayenza lokuhlola kwegazi noma thatha i-blood test kuwe kanye nalabantu bebakhona endlini ngesikhathi kudutshulwa labantu bophuze nabutshwala.
No, abathathanga igazi.
No, they did not take any blood.
But you see that had the police taken the blood test from all of you, not guys, from all of you who were inside the house, this court would have been in a better position to know the amount of alcohol that was inside, that was in your blood.
Is that a question for him?
Oh, thank you, my lord.
Really?
Can I move on, my lord? Thank you, my lord. Let's continue. Blood test was not done. Is there any test that was done from your hands as Tumelo Madlala, which is a prime residue, my lord? But I don't want to use that term to the witness. That's why I'm saying, were there any tests that were done in your hands by the police? I think that's the better term for a layperson to describe the prime residue test, my lord. If I may be assisted in that regard.
I don't know where your concern is. Shouldn't we explain to him
Yes.
what tests for prime
Residue is, oh, thank you, my lord.
are about?
Thank you, my lord.
Mr. Madala, when an individual wields a firearm and fires, there is what word shall I? There is suit as SWOT that somehow falls onto the hand. Then the question by the advocate is whether any tests were done on your hand or your hands to find out whether there is any suit that is attached to your hands.
Umbuzo oqhamuka kumeli inkosi yami uthi uyabona ke njengoba inkosi enkantolo iceda kuchaza ukuthi uma umuntu aphethe isibhamu asebenzisa adubula ngaso kukhona okuthile ngesilungu bathi isutu kodwa ke cishe kusanje ngempumela lokho kuphuma lapha esibhamini kuba sezandleni zomuntu lo ophethe isibhamu osebenzisa kwangisho manje umbuzo kameli ukuthi ingabe wena ke ikhona i-test noma uhola ezandleni okuye kwenziwa kuwe njengoTumelo Madlala mayelana nalepuzo elinjengalelo?
Akaze kwenziwe.
It was never done on us.
And you testified that you only saw the intruder whilst he was inside the house already. Is that correct?
Uniyofakazi ukuthi yena lo muntu ohlasele umbone seyangaphakathi endlini. Kunjalo?
Yebo kunjalo.
That's correct.
How come you did not hear him entering the door?
Kuze kanjani ukuthi ungamuzwa ngesikhathi angena eminyango?
I don't think umnyango uvalisisiwe.
I don't think that the door was properly closed.
You don't think, or you were under the influence of liquor to such an extent that you could not see whether the door was closed or not?
Awucabangi njalo noma bowudawe ngako wakwazi ukubona ukuthi umnyango lo.
Once again, we've canvassed this issue, my lord, and I think it would be improper to put such a question to the witness that he was, as the court put it, in a stupor. But my learned friend says, being under the influence to the extent that he didn't see what was going on, we submit, my lord, that that is incorrect. Unless if my learned friend has got evidence that she's going to produce to show that this witness was intoxicated to the extent that she puts to him. We submit, my lord, as we did, that it would be improper to put such a question to the witness based on a fact that, my lord, that the defense is not going to prove. Second, please.
Advocate Msholo,
My lord,
you seem to be pushing this thing of yours inch by inch. You were loosely using the word drunk. Now, the question you put seems to suggest that your contention is that the liquor he imbibed left him in a state where he was unable
To see.
be aware of what is happening around him. Is that the question?
Yes, that was my question, my lord.
Mr. Matala?
Yeah, bengizomphendula.
Wait.
Wait for the
I was going to answer.
Yeah, bengizomphendula.
Correct.
Endini sasingadawa songakhuluma kakhulu of which mangazwanga nayo umnyango uvuleka le situation ukuthi ngangidrunk angithi nomuntu ongekho drunk akazwanga uvuleka umnyango.
Inside the house, not all of us were drunk. There was also Kelly's mother. So a person who did not consume any alcohol, even herself, did not overhear the intruder entering.
We don't have that evidence. We are not here to cover anyone, Mr. Tumelo. We are not here to cover anyone, to protect anyone. I'm asking you, Mr. Tumelo Madala, speak on your behalf only.
Even myself, I'm protecting myself.
Yes.
Bese ngikhulumela ephuzini lokuthi angizwanga ngwamhlambe usebenzisa legama lokuthi ngangidakiwe. So ngenye indlela yokuprove ukuthi ngangizwa into ngoba kube mhlawumbe angizwanga yaziwa omunye umuntu bungasho njalo. In fact ayikho umuntu oyizwile endlini.
I said that in response of you saying to me that I did not hear the intruder coming in because I was under the influence. Hence I said that even the person who was not under the influence could not hear that.
How do you know that there is no one who was inside the house who heard that noise of the intruder when he was coming inside the house? How do you know that?
Wazi kanjani ukuthi ke ngaphakathi kwendlu akekho umuntu oyewezwa yena lo muntu onhlasele noma ongenela angena endlini ukwazi njani lokho?
Mhlawumbe ukuthi ngikwazi kanjani nje anginayisho.
How do you know that there is no one who heard or who knows how the intruder, there is no one who heard the noise for the intruder when he was coming inside the house?
Wazi kanjani ukuthi akekho endlini uyewezwa umsindo ngesikhathi umhlasela angena endlini?
Because wayezosukuma yobheka phela amakhona ezwe umsindo wezwayo wayezosukuma yocheck.
Because he or she would have stood up when he or she hears the noise to go and observe what was happening.
If he decide not to do that?
Uma thatha isinqumo sokuthi akwenzi lokho?
Angazi ukuthi usho njalo ukuthi if uthatha isinqumo sangakwenzi lokho.
I don't know how do you mean by that.
So you must
mean by that if you say that maybe he or she decides to take a decision not of doing that.
So you must stop speaking on behalf of other people. We are not protecting anyone here, Mr. Tumelo. We are telling the court the truth.
Yekela ukukhuluma abanye abantu Nkosi yami ungakavikeli abanye abantu la ukuzotshela inkosi enkantolo iqiniso.
Did you hear the noise? Did you hear the noise or you did not hear the noise of the door when the intruder was entering the house?
Lalla ke mfoka amadlala umbuzo uqondile ukuthi uzwile umsindo noma awuzwanga umsindo ngesikhathi lo hlasela kwangena lapha endlini. Umsindo omnyango.
Umsindo omnyango unjani? Mhlambe sinemisunderstanding. Umsindo omnyango unjani?
The sound of a door in what way? Maybe there is a misunderstanding.
When a person is entering inside the house.
Ngesikhathi umuntu angena endlini.
Uzwa kanjani wani umsindo zobukhona makungena esitapeni?
How can you hear that noise if a person enters by the door?
Did you hear any noise or not?
Uzwile umsindo yibo noma cha?
Anguzwanga ngiphendulile lo.
Yes.
No, I did not hear any noise. I've already given an answer to
You
that.
did not hear any noise because there is no intruder who entered in that house.
Awuzwanga umsindo ngokuthi akekho ohlasela ongene kule ndlu.
Amanga lawo.
That's a lie.
Amanga lawo. Manga lihlaza lawo.
That's a blatant lie.
If it is true that there was an intruder who entered inside this house, you would have heard the noise of the butler guards and the noise of the door when that intruder was entering the house.
Uma ukhona umuntu bekangena lanhlasela lapha endlini benizozwa umsindo oqhamuka kuma butler nomnyango ngesikhathi angena lapha endlini.
Of which akanayo show ukuthi kwakuvalekile or kwakuvulekile yini umnyango.
Of which you are not sure of the fact that the door was closed or it was not
Let's
closed?
move on, it's for the court. I understand, Mr. Tumela, you said you've got a grade 10, ne? 12.
Bona kwakho lo.
That's your own opinion?
Leave it to the court. Mr. Madlala, when you were being cross-examined by my learned friend, Mr. Tobani, regarding the duration of the game that you were watching, you were somehow not being able to give the exact time. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Uma ubuzwa ngummeli womangalo oqala kufika kwesine ngesikhathi akubuza ke ngesikhathi ke esithethweni lomdlalo kade ngiwubukele ukuthi udlala isikhathi nganani azange ukwazi ukuthi ungawuphendula kahle lo mbuzo lo. Ungangitshela uma nginephutha ngalokho?
Yeah.
Yes.
And the reason for that is because you were not paying much attention on the watch because you were enjoying liquor inside the house. You were enjoying yourself, you were drinking.
Isizathu lokho ukuthi azange ubheke iwashi kakhulu ngokuthi ke bese niyitika njengotshwala lapha endlini beniphuza.
La ngixaka le lokuphuza. Asiphuzanga kuphela endlini besidla mara why ustika kule yokuphuza ungasitike yokudla.
Okay. We did not only drink it inside the house, we were as well eating. But why do you stick to the fact of drinking instead of that one of us eating?
All inclusive, Mr. Madlala, take it easy. Food
Konke lokho.
was taken at the time when you were also consuming alcohol. Is that not so?
Ukudla nidle ngesikhathi saniphuza notshwala kunjalo?
Yes.
That's correct.
And all that happened when you were watching the soccer.
Konke lokwenzeka nibukele ibhola.
Kuphi mhlambe.
When?
Inside the house. We're talking about the house, Mr.
Yini
Newman.
yenzeka esibukela ibhola.
What happened when we were watching soccer?
Eating food and consuming liquor.
Kusho ukuthi manidla futhi niphuza notshwala.
Yes.
Lokho nikwenze nibuke ibhola.
Yebo.
That's correct.
Do you understand now? Are we together?
Yeah.
Uyazwisisa kanje?
Ngiyangezwa.
I do follow.
So both eating and drinking took place inside the house where the incident took place.
Ukudla nokuphuza kwenzeke endlini la kwenzeke khona lesehlakalo.
Yebo.
That's correct.
And at that time, you were watching soccer.
Ngalesikhathi leso benibuke ibhola.
Yes, sidla besibuka ibhola yes.
Well, when we were eating, yes, we were watching soccer.
And you did not take note of the time as to when you started watching soccer and when you finished. You remember
And
that?
ngesikhathi leso zange ubuke ukuthi ke niqala isikhathi sini ukubuka ibhola nokuthi lo lebhola niqede nini ukulibuka.
Yes, angaze ngisinotice isikhathi.
Yes, I did not notice the time.
Because whilst we were watching soccer, you were consuming alcohol.
Ngokuthi ngesikhathi nibuke le bhola ke beniphuza utshwala.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Madlala. Very well. Perfect. May I continue, my lord? Thank you. How long, Mr. Madlala? I know you have said you cannot be exact about the time, but if you can just give it a try today. How long did you arrive from the house, consume, leak, up until the incident, the shooting incident took place? If you can be able, if you cannot, just tell the court that you cannot, there is no harm in that.
Lalela ke Nkosi yami. Esikhathini esizulu ngizwile uma uqhaza ukuthi angeke ukwazi ukulinganisa isikhathi ngqo ukuthi kwakuyisikhathi sina ngisho. Kodwa engifuna ukwazi ukuthi ke kuyisikhathi singane kusukela lapha ungena endlini niphuza ke kuze kufike kwenzeka sona lesehlakalo leso. Uyamzwisisa. Then uma ungakwazi ukuthi lokhu ungakhumbula ungakulinganisa akusile iphutho ngamanje uyitshele lenkosi enkantolo ukuthi qha awukwazi ukukhumbulisa kahle.
Angabe ngidlala ngangikhumbula ngempela angikhumbuli. Isikhathi nje ngasinele ngokujajuliwa ngikhumbula.
Okay. Really, I'll be playing with you. I don't recall the time because, I mean, we're just enjoying ourselves there.
Okay. But for the entire duration, you were consuming liquor.
So, gizo sonke lesikhathi leso beniphuza utshwala.
Hayi ukuthi kuso sonke isikhathi ngeke uphuze udla uqale udle uqede bese uyaphuza after.
Not all the time. I mean, you cannot just eat your meals and drink liquor. You first start by eating, then when you are done eating your meal, then after that, then you consume your alcohol.
Okay. Let's get inside the house now. The intruder is inside the house now.
Asingene lapha endlini umhlaseli sekangenile ngaphakathi endlini.
What was the intrude, or before I go there, my lord, can I just rephrase? You said you noticed the first person who entered first in the house. Is that correct?
Uthi uyambona lo muntu ongene kuqala endlini. Kunjani?
Yebo.
That's correct.
Did that person have any gun?
Lo muntu lo bayaphethe isibhamu.
Yeah, besiphethe isibhamu esazi.
Yes.
And the second one?
Wesibili,
Lo sibila ngibonanga ukuthi bephetheni esandleni because usenzo nimama esandleni ngisenodwa ngibonanga esandleni wayephetheni. But
the second one, I did not see what is it that he possessed because Senzo had grabbed his upper arm against the wall.
Okay. Can you just describe it? I know you have given this description, but I don't want to move on with the wrong information. Can you describe for me the first person you saw who entered the house first?
Ungachaza kimi noma ungidescribele lo muntu lo oqala ombone angena lapha endlini. Ngiyazi lokho ukukhulumile ngaphambilini.
bakayenza ama-dread efake isigqoko efake ne-jacket color.
He was having dreadlocks, having a hat on his head or over his head, and then wearing a caramel jacket, 9 foot. That is all.
How long were those dreads?
Lama dress le bakamate kangakanani?
Abangamade nje kakhulu. Abengamade.
The witness is making a demonstration from witness stand, trying to show the length of the dreads, saying that they were not that long.
Yeah, what do you mean? How short were they?
Into bagcina la. Masinazeni.
The witness in his demonstration, my lords, saying that the dreads were, the length of the dreads were up to the ear level,
Okay.
at the bottom of the ear.
And what else was he wearing?
Futhi yini lokata agqokile?
I-jacket, ikhala ngathi caramel.
A caramel jacket, the color is caramel,
Nesigqoko ke.
and also a hat.
Okay. So it means his head was somehow covered because he had a hat and he had dreads that was covering his face.
Kusho ukuthi ikhanda lakhe
Correct.
belimbozekile ukuthi bekagqoke isigqoko ekhanda and futhi anama-dress lawo ngathi katambuza ubuso bakhe kunjalo.
Bengayikhavile bebuso bawungabukhavile bonke ubuso isigqoko sasinama-dread nje hayi ukuthi wayikhavile bonke ubuso.
Not the entire face was covered, he was just wearing a hat and then the dreads on the sides.
Yeah, I'm there. I did not mean that he had a balaclava, but the dreads had covered his face on the sides and he had the hat as well. So it means his face was not visible clear enough to you
Ubuso
because of the
bakhe
hat and the dreads.
ubuso bakhe bekungabonakali kahle kuwe ngokuba ke bekanama-dress la bekalenga ngapha emahlangothini agqoke nesigqoko ekhanda.
Kunzima ukubuka umuntu kanje ephethe isikhala akukho lula because awazi yini azoyenza next.
It's difficult to observe a person clearly if he's in possession of a weapon because you cannot anticipate what is it that he was going to do next.
Yeah, it was difficult for you to look at this person.
Yes.
Yes.
I think we'll adjourn for tea.
Oh my Lord, just one.
Yeah?
So in other words, at that particular time when you identified that person, you did not have a clear vision of that person.
Ngamanye amagama mawubheka lo muntu loyo umu-identify bewungakwazi ukuthi ungana clear vision umbukisise ukumbona kahle lo muntu loyo.
Lo kuqala njengoba ngisho ukuthi ngabona lokho nalokho angimbukanga because bepoint engakuthina bengisaba ukumbuka directly kanje because bepoint isibhamu ngakuthina.
As I have said that I observed that and that, I did not observe him properly because he was pointing the firearm towards our direction. So I was scared to have
You
a
did
proper
not look at him directly, that's what was said.
Yebo.
The interpreter. You did not look at him directly.
That's correct.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, my Lord, we can adjourn then.
Where is the witness? Mr. Madala is still under oath?
Usengaphansi kwesikhumba amadlala ne?
Yes.
Oath confirm.
Sorry, my lord, can you just wait a second for the machine to kick in, my lord? Thank you, my lord. It's okay. My lord, Mr. Madlala,
Yeah.
you remember we resumed wherein you said you could not directly look at the person who was standing. We could not look directly to the first person. Let's remain to say it's the first person.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sigcine la uthi khona azange ukwazi ukubheka ngo lo muntu lo sisho lo muntu oqala kunjalo ne?
Yeah.
That's correct.
And that person that you could not look at him directly is the one that who was carrying firearm.
Lo ngakwazanga ukumbheka ngo lo kade aphethe isibhamu.
Yeah.
That's correct.
If you could not look at him directly, then how were you able to identify the firearm that he was carrying?
Uma ungazange ukuthi umbheke ngo kwazi kanjani ukuthi ke-identify lesibhamu bekasiphethe?
Angithi ufike wamaphambi komnyango wakhuluma bethwela nimbheke khona.
Isn't that he initially stood by the door and spoke? That's why I got a chance to have a look on him.
Yeah, you could not look at him directly.
Azange ukwazi ukuthi umbheke ngo.
How were you able then to see the firearm that he was carrying, the same person?
Kodwa ukwazi ukuthi ubone lesibhamu lesibasiphethe nalo muntu wena.
That is why ngithi awumbhekanga like kanje njengomuntu oza nje ngaphethe umuntu nje ephethe isibhamu angazi ukuthi uzongenzana ngithi so ngeke umbuke umuntu kanje ophethe isibhamu.
Hence I said I did not look at him directly because this person was in possession of a firearm. You can't anticipate what he was going to do next.
True, and that's the truth. You cannot look at that person once you realize that he's carrying firearm. But then my question is, how were you able now to recognize the firearm that he was carrying?
Manje umbuzo ukuthi ukwazi kanjani ukuthi lesibhamu asiphethe ukwazi ukusibona?
If you were able to see the firearm, did you see the firearm that he was carrying?
Uma ukwazile ukusibona lesibhamu, uye wasibona lesibhamu bekasiphethe?
Ngambona ephethe isibhamu ngisho ukuthi waqhamuka ephethe isibhamu so ngathi ukuthi umuntu odlalayo something.
I saw the firearm as the witness demonstrated that, including his right arm, saying that he was in position of a firearm like this.
And
but initially I thought that he was a person who was playful.
And also did not look directly at that firearm.
Then this time zangu sibheke ngo.
Yeah, bengibuka ngumntshontsha yes.
I just look at him slightly.
Okay. And then in your statement number A110, my lord. The statement. A110. Remember, there is a statement that you made on the 7th of February 2018.
Kuna statement osenze ngiyisebenza ka February nyaka lika 2018 asibheke.
You see that statement? It's marked A110. It's dated at Durban on 7th of February 2018. You see that one?
We are still trying to find a statement.
Can the statement be uploaded, my lord?
Yes, we got the statement.
Paragraph 5. You see that statement?
Wait, what? Yes, I can see the paragraph number 5.
It says, I don't have knowledge of firearm. I don't know or remember the color of the firearm. However, I remember that the firearm looked old and was rusted. The guy with the firearm was wearing a Scotch hat. In the township, we call such hat, he was wearing a sporty. Do you see that paragraph?
Uyabona la umela qeda ufunda khona?
Yeah, ngiyabona.
Yes, I can see that part.
Has it been interpreted to you? What
La
I've just read?
la uchaza khona Nkosi yami uthi awunalo ulwazi lwebhamu. Kodwa awukhumbuli futhi awunalo ulwazi lombala wesibhamu. Kodwa uyakhumbula ukuthi mawusibuka lesibhamu sasigugile futhi sirusile. Uyazwisa Nkosi yami?
Yes.
And then lo umlisa noma lo mfana bheka petitioner lesibhamu lesi bheka agqoke isigqoko esiscotch and then lapha elokishini isibiza ukuthi isport.
Angikwazi lokho sport.
I don't know about this issue of a sport.
Yazi isigqoko nje sisigcoach.
I only know that it's a hat
But
which is scotch.
you see that I'm reading it from your statement.
Kodwa uyabona ukuthi ngifunda kuqhamuka la statement lesi sakho.
Ngiyabona lokho sport anganathini sport. Kushuthi umuntu ayigabangela nje wayibhala.
Yes, I can see that, but then about the sport, I mean, it's just this person, he just thought about it by himself and wrote it down. The only thing that I know is a
Don't
hat.
rush on denying issues. Do you see that this is contained in your statement and this statement has already been admitted as an exhibit before this court?
Uyabona ukuthi lokho kukhona kule statement futhi le statement esamukele njengobufakazi la enkantolo. Ungasheshi uphikisa izinto.
Ngidina mhlambe kanjani ethi ngiyadina.
I don't deny. I deny in what way? Can you please explain to me the
You are
denial way?
confusing the proceeding. I told you, we are not answering, we are not putting questions to me. Do you understand like that, Mr. Madal?
Lalela ke akumelanga ukuthi ungibuze imibuzo. Ngiyakuzisa lokho.
Yebo ngiyabuza mangizwa kahle ngenze kanjani ngabuza.
If I don't understand clearly, what is it that I must do? I'm not supposed to ask.
You don't ask. You tell me to repeat the question.
Awubuze ungitshela ukuthi ngiphinde umbuzo.
Ngiyazwa.
It's understood.
In this statement, did you understand what I've read into the record?
Kule statement lokho engikufunde ngakufunda erecordini uyakuzwisisa.
Yebo ngiyezwa.
Yes, I do hear.
You have just mentioned that you slightly look at the firearm. How come were you able to look at the firearm and being able to realize that it was old and also rusted?
Uqeda ukusho ukuthi ubheke lesibhamu usijona nje kuze kanjani ukuthi ukwazi ukubona ukuthi lesibhamu lesesigugile futhi sirusile.
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi umuntu afike ephethe isibhamu ngeke ungasibuki because uma wabona sona isibhamu ubona ukuthi umuntu uzokubamba inkunzi ngeke ungathuki.
As I've said that I've observed at this intruder so that it was in position of the firearm. Then if you say firearm, there's no way that you cannot be sure because you don't know if it's going to rob you.
You did not have, Mr. Madlala, you did not have enough time to look at the firearm. Let's admit that.
Azange ube nesikhathi esanele sokuthi ubuke lesibhamu lasivumelane lapho mnumzane Madlala.
Yebo.
Yes.
That's correct.
And what is written here, it's not correct because you did not pay much attention at the firearm.
Lokho kubhalwe la akusile iqiniso ngokuthi azange ukuthi ukwazi ukusibukisise lesibhamu lesi.
But ngabona ukuthi isibhamu nje ngibone kanjani.
But I saw that it was a firearm.
You saw that it was a firearm, but you couldn't see that it was old and rusted.
Futhi azange ukwazi ukubona ukuthi sidala sigugile futhi sirusile kodwa wakwazi ukubona ukuthi
In
isibhamu.
other words, you couldn't see the detail of that firearm because you slightly looked at that firearm.
Ngamanye amagama akwazi bazange ukwazi ukubona inqukaqa zonke ama details wonke ngalesibhamu ngokuthi uthi umbheke ngokutshontsha nje.
Yebo.
Yes.
Thank you. Let's move on, Mr. Dumelo. Then you said that person was wearing a hat.
Yes.
Uthi lo muntu bekagqoke isigqoko.
My Lord, can I ask that the photo number 5 and 6 be shown on the screen of Exhibit A, my Lord? Sorry.
Yes.
Of Exhibit A. Can you see that hat, Mr. Madam?
Yeah, ngiyasibona.
Yes, I can see it.
Is this the hat that you are referring to?
Yise lesigqoko ukhuluma ngaso.
Yes, sona sengikhuluma ngaso.
Yes, this is the hat I'm referring to.
And you are saying this hat is the one that was worn by the first person?
But lesigqoko yise besigqoke lo muntu oqala.
Besisigotshinyana ngicela ungisondezele. Besisigotshinyana esincane.
Zoom it, can you?
Can you please enlarge it a little bit?
Or you can go closer a bit just to have a look.
Ungasondela ukuthi ulozwe.
Hayi ngicabanga ukuthi yiso because isengathi mangibuya ngasikhombuza ukuthi esabani. Ngicabanga ukuthi sona.
I think this is the same hat because when I came back, I inquired who's the owner of this hat.
Yes. And what did they say?
Bathini,
Bathi angasithinti.
Okay.
they said that I should not touch it.
But you could see that it was still the same hat that was worn by the first person that you saw inside the house.
Ukwazile ukubona ukuthi yise lesigqoko besigqoke uyo lo muntu ombone ngaphakathi
Yebo,
endlini.
yebo.
That's correct.
How long did it take you to look at this person when he entered the house?
Kukuthatha isikhathi singani ukuthi ubuke lo muntu ngesikhathi angelapha endlini.
Hayi ukuthi yonke into beyenzeka ngokusheshsha nanomuntu ngeke umbone if into yenzeka akufani noma ingenzeki kuwena.
Just answer.
This thing
Fast.
happened fast.
Fast.
Yenzeke ngokusheshsha. Yes.
It happened fast. Okay. Do you know, Mr. Madala, that that hat was taken for DNA analysis?
Uyazi ukuthi lesigqoko lesathatha ukwenziwa ihlolo libo noma i-DNA?
Angazi.
You don't know.
Yes.
I don't know.
The state never informed you about that.
Umbusi zangu ukutshele ngalokho.
Angazi ke umuntu ongichazela ngaleyo.
No one informed about that.
Okay. The results, the DNA results that came for that hat said that hat belonged to a female person.
Lo hlolo fuzo imiphumela yakhona
Through this, and we pointed out that we'll call a DNA expert to come and explain that. And this question is not correct because that is not the profile that was found on the head. We therefore request, my Lord, that the question should not be allowed.
Yes.
Sorry, my Lord, I did not get, there is no profile.
Mr. Baloyi.
The results were that it belongs to a female person, my Lord.
My Lord, we, as I explained, we've been through this. We explained that the question that is being put, that there was a profile of a female person, is not correct. The report will be presented in due course, the DNA report, as well as the table that was used to analyze the DNA profile on the head. And we're saying that the question that is being put is not correct. The profile that was found on the head was a mixture, and we submit, my Lord, that that question should be reserved for the expert when he comes to testify.
There you are.
My Lord, may I ask that this question be allowed? The state is misleading the court to say there is a report that will come to prove the adverse of what I am informing this court. My Lord, I'm just looking for that report. I'll just show it to the court, which shows that the results of that head reflected that the head belonged to a female person. And my lord, the relevance of this question, why I'm putting it to this witness before the forensic evidence on this head is led, it's because this witness has testified that he positively identified this head as the hat that was worn by a male person whom he recognized inside the house. So, my lord, I'm asking this honorable court to allow this question provisionally to be verified from this witness so that the witness can comment on that.
My difficulty is that the two of you are telling me versions that are opposed to one another. You are saying the DNA profiling proved that the head, I don't want to use belongs,
Yes.
the head had contact with a female person.
Yeah.
And he is saying what he knows is that the report says that the head had contact with a mixture of genders.
My lord, can I just ask for a short adjournment because I do have this document. Yeah, just want to look at that report, my lord.
That's correct?
Okay. The first person.
Sisho lo muntu wokuqala. Yes.
And that's the one who had gun.
Uyilo bekaphethe isibhamu.
Yeah.
That's correct?
And then you further said, what did that person do with the firearm when he entered?
Lo muntu wenzeni ngesibhamu ngesikhathi angena?
When you saw him?
Ngesikhathi umbona.
Wasikhomba ufuna amafoni nemali.
He pointed the firearm at us, requested for phones and money.
And what else?
Nani futhi?
Akukhona ufuna amafoni nemali.
He only wanted the phones and the money, nothing else.
He did not fire any shots.
Azange adubule.
Sasele daningi esikhombela zangadubuli ngaleso sikhathi.
Inside the dining room while we were still pointing the firearm at us, he did not fire by the time.
Okay. On page 47, my lord, of the proceedings of the 13th of September 2022. Page. Page 47, my lord, of the proceedings of the 13th of September 2022, line number 1 to line number 5. It's still opening. Page 47. Yes, thank you. Do you see, Mr. Madala, there on page 47? This was you when you were testifying before this court. You said, Longwe, okay. And then he just, without anyone expecting inside the house, he moved along, moved from where he was seated and pushed this guy.
We are going to abandon the page number 47. We are going to Okumaru, Utulonge, okay, and then the ngaphandle ukuthi umunye umuntu bekacabangela lokho ke ngaphakathi kubuye wahamba ke wasuka la bekahleli khona ke waphusha lo muntu.
Yes, washo impela.
That was Mr. Longwe.
Yes.
Nguye uLongwe wenze lokho.
Yes.
That's correct.
Who pushed the first person?
Nguye uphushe lo muntu oqala.
Yes.
That's correct.
Is it possible for a person who is not armed to go straight? You did not, you couldn't look at this person. You slightly looked because you were scared. But is there a person who can stand up and go straight to a person who is armed, Mr. Madala?
Kuyakhonakala ukuthi umuntu angasuka emuntwini lo ohlome ngalendlela lokubheka wena ke uye wahlule ukuthi umbheke ngokumtshontsha ke kodwa nangu umuntu uyasukuma uya ngqo.
Is it possible?
Akukho possible lo mbuzo obuzayo nami ngisayibuza wona ukuthi kwenza wayenza kanjani.
That's
Nami
not
ngisayibuza
possible.
wona.
The question that you are asking me, even myself, I'm still asking myself today that how was that possible?
And that person was at all reasonable time carrying the firearm.
Sonke lesikhathi lo muntu bekaphethe isibhamu.
Yes, bekasiphethe.
Correctly so.
Did he point the firearm at you?
Uyakhomba ngesibhamu. Wena.
No, bengakhombi umuntu oyi-1.
He was not pointing it at an individual person.
Okay. But he had a gun.
Yes.
Kodwa bekaphethe isibhamu.
Yes.
That's correct.
So you could not look at this firearm, you were scared, but Mr. Longwe ran into that person.
Azange ngikwazi ukuthi umbuke lo muntu bekaphethe isibhamu ukuthi boyisaba kodwa uLongo uye ngqo kuye lo muntu.
Yebo kunjani.
That is so.
That is not possible, Mr. Dume.
Lokho
Never
akhona
happened like that.
Yeah, vele akholakala nami ngisayibuza kona ngifuna uqamba mama.
It's unbelievable.
Yes. Ngaze ngambuza one day ukuthi uya kanjani umuntu ophethe isibhamu because kuye bathatha amafoni bahamba nemali labe kube right. So
But we want this court to believe it in
Can I
any way.
interpret first, please? Because I'm left behind, I can't interpret.
My apologies.
The next time you'll blame the interpreter. Yeah, that is not possible. Even today, I'm still asking myself, how did that happen? I even went to him on a particular day, asking him, how was that possible for him to have gone to the guy with a firearm?
Because there was no intruder at any stage in that house. No, there is no way Longwe could have gone to the person carrying firearm without being shot. It clearly shows that there was no intruder who entered the house carrying a gun.
Ngifuna ukutshela ukuthi lokho kukhomba kahle kamhlophe ukuthi akekho umhlaseli ongena lapha endlini akukhonakala ukuthi yena uLongwe bayangaya lo muntu ohlome ngesibhamu angakadutshulwa lokho kuchaza kahle kamhlophe ukuthi hayi ngekho umuntu ongena lapha endlini
amanga lawo amanga imini ngangisendlini lokho ke 100% sure wawo amanga lawo.
That's the lie.
Bangena abantu abawu2 endlini.
I'm the one who was inside their house and then 2 intruders entered the house.
Don't worry, Mr. Madlala, I'm going to prove by one to you to show you that it's not correct what you are saying. It's not true that there was an intruder who entered inside the house. Besides Mr. Longwe running towards the intruder whilst carrying the firearm, how come he was not shot? How come? No firearm.
Akakadutshulwe yena uLongwe agijima ekuye lo muntu ophethe isibhamu. Kuzenjani akakadutshulwe?
Asibuyele lokho aqale khonathi there's no intruders. Lokho ngizophinde ngiphendule futhi. Kwamanga kusafanele ukuprove la lokho ukuthi uthi kuyiqinisa kwamanga lokho bangena abantu abawu20 yibo laba bulongwa eqaba aphusha yena oyedwa wabo.
Yeah, ibambe lapho. Let me first start here. When you said that there was no intruder who entered the house, there were people who entered the house. Then the person that Longwe Twala rushed to inside the house.
Forget about lies and what is not lies. Just answer the question.
Khohlwa ngamanga lokho ngasimamanga phendula nje umbuzo.
Yes.
Angeke ngiphendule umbuzo mawungifeed into wrong. Kufanele ngiyiphendulele phela.
I cannot answer the question if you feed me something that is wrong. I have to answer for myself.
You'll have to answer this question. How come he was not shot, Mr. Longwe, when he approached the person who was carrying the gun? Is it possible?
Ngiphendule ngathi akukho possible because nama ngiyanga kuye.
I answered, I said it's not possible because even myself, I did not approach him.
Okay. What did you do?
When
Longwe was running towards that person, what did you do?
Mina bengisahleli kuze kusukumeke okheli ke no nabasendi nozandi bexabana naye lo muntu ophethe isibhamu no Senzo.
I was still seated up a stage whereby Kelly and Zandi, other occupants of the house, who stood up and confronted this intruder with a firearm.
Yes, and then what happened?
Kwase kwenzakalani?
Bese kusixakaxaka nje endlini so mangisukuma mina.
What is xakaxaka?
There was a commotion inside the house.
Yes, just explain it for me.
Mase ngisukuma mina nami sengithi ngiyaphuma ngomnyango ngiyabaleka. USenzo wile ngithola ngakhona ebambe lo umsola lo munye embambe ngesandla. Embambe isandla saka right.
So when I stood up wanting to run away, exiting by the door, that's when I observed or came across Senzo when he was gripping this one with his upper arm against the wall.
So you were also running towards the intruder?
Now bukijimuya kulon hlaselo.
Lo angisho bese shawa oma kaKheli noZandi. Beshawa oma kaKheli ngoZandi ngama crutches wami.
No, he was being assaulted by Kelly's mother and Zandi. They were using my crutches.
Yes. But at that time, what my question is, did you also run towards the same direction with Longwe to the person who was carrying a firearm?
Umbuzo wami uthi ngesikhathi leso uye wagijimela kuyo le direction leyo la bekhona uLongwe kuye lo muntu bakaphethe isibhamu.
Angithi lo muntu nje bemphambi ngomnyango. Mase kuliwa ngeke abe lapha ngomnyango. Lo ngenele dining.
This person who was standing in front of the door, when there was this commotion, then he could not stand at the door.
Then how did you run to the door? You are telling this court that you wanted to go out of the house, to run out of the house. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
utshele ngathi ukuthi bofuna ukugijima ufuna uphuma endlini.
Yebo kunjalo.
That is correct.
And on the way, there was an intruder. Is that correct?
Endleleni yakho bekunalo mhlaseli kunjalo.
Bese kusekitchen, yebo. Bese kusekitchen. So umnyango uphumile la kitchen awukho umuntu.
Bekakuphi lo mhlaseli bekaseka kitchen.
Bese la kitchen ebe la kitchen belela khona la kitchen.
Okay. The intruder by that time was inside the kitchen. There was a commotion inside the kitchen. By the door side, there was no one.
He was fighting with who?
Bekolwa nobani?
Besha umaka Kelly uzandi.
He was beaten by Kelly's mother, Zandi and Kelly.
Is it possible for a person who's carrying a gun to be assaulted by female people, two female people,
Kuyakhonakala
as he's
ukuthi
having a gun and is demanding cell phones?
Angisho umfana athi kumemphusha ulongo mengamphusha lo. Yila iqale khona ke ukunyakaza kwabantu ke. I think ila because wamphusha wani. Yila iqale khona ukuthi kubanjwane ke.
when Longothola pushed him, that's where this whole action started. When he went to the other side, that's when people started moving. By
And
the
those
time.
two people who were assaulting him were not shot.
3.
Labantu abathathu bebamshaya zange batutshule.
No.
No.
How come? Because they were attacking him and he had a gun.
Kuze njani ngokuthi
How come
bebamhlasele nebaphethe isibhamu?
I think kunembuzo okufanele uyibuza abantu abenza lokho because mina ungangibuza ebhekene nabo.
If you can comment, just
Can I interpret, please?
my apologies.
I think those questions should be directed to the persons who have done that.
But you were there. If you can be able to respond, you just say so. If you cannot, just tell the court that no, my lord, I cannot be able to comment on that, or I cannot be able to answer on that.
Bo lapho mawukhona uPaul ungasho uPaul uma ngakhona ungatshela inkantolo ukuthi cha nkosi inkantolo angikwazi ukuphawula ngalokho.
The
Yebo
reason why
zikhona
I'm
izinto. Zikhona
sorry,
izinto engaphawula ngazo.
sorry, can you just wait, Mr. Badlala? The reason why I'm asking this question, because you are the one who told the court that there are people who assaulted the intruder inside the house. That's why I'm asking you that question. Do you understand?
Isizathu sokuthi ngikubuze lo mbuzo ngumnumzana Madlala otshele inkantolo ukuthi kunabantu bebashaya lo muntu ohlasela lapha endlini.
No, akushuthi mhlawumbe akawuzwanga umbuzo wakho. Uthe is it possible ukuthi ungala nomuntu ophethe isibhamu nani? Akumini ngalwa naye. So lo muza kumele kuze kimi direct. Awuye kubona bazosiphendula. I think basazoze court.
I mean, your question said that is it possible that I can fight with a person who was in possession of the firearm? I'm not the one who was fighting against this person who was in possession. Maybe that question should be directed to those people who fought with him.
When the first person was fighting with Kelly's mom in Zandi, what were you doing?
Ngesikhathi lo muntu alwa nomama kaKelly nakhe noZandi wena kwenzani?
Angithi ngesikhathi belwana ile angisukume khona mina. Belwana ile kitchen la ngisukume khona ngiyophuma ngomnyango wase kitchen.
Yes.
Kanti uSenzo ubambe lo munye ngaseceleni kwesicapha nje umbambe umhlanganisi ngani. So ngangaphuma ke nami ngithi ngincedise.
Ibambe lapho ngidlulise inkosi yami phela izosalela emuva bese uyakhala nawe. By that time during the assault, that's when I rose up or stood up from where I was, because the commotion was inside the kitchen, running towards the kitchen door with the intention of going outside. That's when I came across Senzo gripping the upper arm of this intruder against the wall.
Okay. And that was the second person.
Lo muntu wesibili.
Yebo.
That is correct.
Who was shot between the two, the first and the second?
Umuphi bekamude phakathi kwalabo babili ngokuqala nowesibili?
Ilo wesibili umuntu lo bengasemnyango wase kitchen.
The one by the door of the kitchen is the tall one.
Okay. Did he have any gun?
Bakaphethe isibhamu.
Angibonanga uthathathini.
I did not observe if he was in possession of a firearm or not.
Okay. How?
What did you say? Did you say? What did you say? The tall one.
The tall one, I did not observe if he was in possession of the firearm or not.
So the one wielding a firearm was the short one.
Lo bekaphethe isibhamu lo umfishane.
Yebo.
That is correct.
Yes.
So you did not focus on the first person who was posing more threat to you inside the house, carrying a gun. You left that one. with the females and then you proceeded to the one who was less armed. Is that so, Mr. Madlan?
kunjalo ukuthi zange ufocus kulo beka phethe isibhamu lo beka ingozi bakana nabantu besifazane waya kulo wesibili lo katanga na ingozi kunjalo mnumzane Madlala
akunjalo.
no it's not like that.
What did you do? Did you assist the 3 females who were fighting with the first person who was carrying a gun? Did you assist them?
uyobanceda labantu besifazane abathathu bebala nomuntu beka phethe isibhamu
Angibasisani inhloso yami bekuphuma ngibaleke.
no I did not assist them my intention was to go out and run away.
Did you run out?
uye wakwazi uphuma.
Angisho mase ngiyophuma ila ngithole khona usenze ebambe lo munye isandla.
Isn't that when I was about to exit, that's when I came across to Senzo gripping the upper arm of this other intruder.
And what did you do?
Waswenzani wena?
Ngafika ngamlisa nami ngamshaya.
And then I also fought with him, assaulting him.
Yes, then my question is, how come you left the 3 females, attacking a person with a firearm? You're running towards the door, and on the door you are encountering the deceased. Struggling with the person who was not armed, and you decided to hit that person. Is that possible?
Manje kungakho ngibuza ukuthi ungaphenduli.
He never said the person was not armed. He said he couldn't see what was in the person's hand because the deceased was holding his hand. If the question can be clarified.
There you are.
My Lord, even if I did not say the person was not carrying the firearm, but the witness has already said that it is only one person, the first one, my Lord, who was armed. And
No,
the second
but he also says he did not see whether the second person was armed or not.
Yes. So, my Lord, my question is that at the time when you attacked the second person, he was not armed at that particular time. That is the witness who confirmed that.
The second person was not armed.
Lo muntu wesibili wayengahlomanga.
Ngiphendule ngasho ukuthi angibonanga ukuthi wayephetheni esandleni.
I answered the question by saying that I did not observe what is it that he was carrying in his hands because
It's even worse, my
Senzo
Lord.
was holding him.
It's even worse, my Lord, to say you decided to attack the person whom you had not even seen if he was posing any threat or danger to you.
So lokhu kwenza ukuthi kube uyahlasela umuntu ongabonanga ukuthi uyingozi noma uyingozi empilweni yakho noma kanjani.
Yebo angithi njengoba ngichaza ngithi inhloso yami bekuphuma ngibaleke. Want to find out uSenzo ulwa nalomuntu. Angeke ngijekele umngane wami elwa nomunye umuntu la ngiphume ngibaleke. Ofuthi laba abantu abasho ukuthi babelwana nentruder abayi3. Akusiba abangani bami.
Ibambe khona la. As I've already explained that my intention was to go out of the house. Then I came across with Senzo fighting with this person. Then Senzo being my best friend, I can't just leave him fighting with this intruder.
You are so
then
cruel.
these other 3 persons, individuals, they are not my friends.
You're so cruel. I never said that they were your friends. I said they were female people whom you were supposed to assist, and you did not do that.
Nesihluke impela azange ngithi ke bebangani bakithi mina abantu besifazane ebebafuna ukuthi ubancedise.
Where does cruelty come in?
I'll rephrase, my Lord.
Okay.
Thank you. Let's move on. You said at some stage, Miss Kelly Kumalo ran into the bedroom. Is that correct?
Uthe kwesinye isikhathi ke yena ukheli uye wagijimela lapha ekamereni kunjani?
Yebo.
That's correct.
At what stage?
Uye ekamereni ngasiphi isikhathi?
Remember now we are at the stage wherein the 3 are struggling with the first person and you are going out towards the exit fighting with the second person. Then where was Kelly, Miss Kelly Kumalo at that time?
Ukhumbule ukuthi ke sikhuluma ngesikhathi lesa labayi3 balwana lo muntu oqala ngisho then wena ngesikhathi unalapha noSenzo nilwana lwesibili yena ke lo mama ukheli Khumalo kuphi ngesikhathi leso.
Anginayo sure ukuthi wangena kanjani ka uphuma ngikamereni because ngkhona lapho ngifuna ukuchaza ukuthi indlela enza ngayo wangena ekamereni fast sengiyabona usela futhi ekitchen futhi yabo.
I'm not sure, how he got about the time on which she got inside the bedroom, because it happened fast. Just she went inside the bedroom, come quickly, I saw her inside the kitchen.
Okay, maybe can I just repeat it for you? Maybe you did not get it clearly. Where was Ms. Kelly Kumalo when the three females were fighting with the first person who was carrying a gun, who was a threat to them, and you were running towards the door, towards the person who was less armed? Where was Kelly Kumalo by then?
Lala-ke umbuzo uthini mfowethu ngiphambi kokuphendula ne? uKelly kahle kahle lebeka kuphi ngesikhathi silawe esifazane balana lo muntu oqala lo beka phethe isibhamu ngesikhathi wena ke uhamba uthi uzophuma udibana noSenzo alana lwesibili lo utawuzabe ubona phethe lutho la?
I think ungene ekamereni ngesikhathi umfana athi ke sanda pusha lo muntu wayephethe isibhamu oqala.
Okay, I think she got inside the bedroom immediately after Longwe pushed the first intruder, the one who was in possession of the firearm or wielding the firearm.
So ukuthi uphume nini ke ekamereni angazi waphuma nini.
As to when did she came out from the bedroom, I don't know.
So in other words, you do not know where was Kelly Kumalo and what was she was doing when the three were fighting with the first person who was carrying a gun.
So
And you were-
awazi ukuthi uKelly beka kuphi bekenzani lokho abantu lawo esithathu abathathu laba balana lo muntu beka phethe isibhamu.
You don't
Umuntu
know.
wesithathu uyena uKelly, nje kwakuyena noma wakhe noZandi.
Okay, the third person it's herself Kelly because it was her mother and Zandi and Kelly.
So was he back from the bedroom now?
Bese kabuyile kaMlo isikhathi.
Uzoyikhulumela funa yeke wangena ekamereni waphinde wabuya futhi.
Yes, she went to the bedroom and came back again.
How long? For how long?
Angibanga ngangikwazi ukuchaza isikhathi kwabe isikhathi esingakanani because ngangifocus lekeni kodwa ngene ekamereni ngangisahleli mina because wangena immediately naqeda ukuphusha lo mfana ngathi kulongo wangena ekamereni. So mase
Ima kancane. I did not really look at the time as to the duration of the time, but that happened when I was still seated after Longe Twala pushed the intruder.
Okay. After hitting the second person with a fist, what happened?
Ngemva kokuthi ushaya lo muntu wesibili ngenqindi kwenzakaleni?
ile ngizwa khona umsindo wesibhamu
Okay.
bengingabaleke ngawukhithima ngabalekela ekamereni.
That's where I heard a noise of a firearm. That's when I ran into the bedroom.
Okay. Did you see who fired shots at
We are
Senzo
going-
Meyiwa?
Uyabona ukuthi ngibani odubule kuyo Senzo?
No angibonanga ukuthi ubani wadubuka.
Thank you.
No, I did not see.
If Senzo Meyiwa was shot by any one of the three people who were fighting with the intruder, would you have any comment? Would you have anything to say there?
Uma uSenzo wadutshula ngomunye labantu abathathu labakade balana emhlaseli ungaphawula ngalokho. Khona inkulumo ungayisondeza ngalokho.
Ekuphawuleni ngami ngaphawula ukuthi kumina kufika ukuthi lo muntu ongene phethe isibhamu endlini because isibhamu engasibona endlini ile suspect lo muntu wangena
Okay.
endlini asikho engasibona.
To me, it appears that it's the person who was in possession or wielding the firearm because there's no firearm that I observed inside the house.
Lalela Tumel, there was a fight there. You did not go there. Fight between the first person and the three people. Is that correct?
Lalela ke bekunempi lapho nezange uya ngisho impi ebantwini abathathu naye lo muntu lo ongenile endlini.
Yebo.
That's correct.
And you cannot even be able to tell the court how that fight unfolded.
And akwazi ngeke ukwazi ukutshela inkantolo ukuthi ke ngesikhathi ukuluwa kusuke kwenzakalani lapho.
Ngicabanga ukuthi umuntu mengena nesibhamu endlini mase uzwa umsindo wesibhamu ungathi uphuma kubani umbonile umuntu ongena nesibhamu uthi nami uzothi uphuma kubani lo msindo wesibhamu because isibhamu engasibona siyi-1 salo umuntu wangena endlini asikho esinye isibhamu engasibona.
I think if a person comes inside their house and then after that you hear a gunshot, what is it that you will think? You will think that, this shot from a firearm comes from a person who was in possession of the firearm because there was no firearm inside the house.
Calm down, Mr. Madal. Calm down.
Angikuzwa kahle
Yehlisa umoya baba.
ngonyusile yini.
I am saying to you, the three people who were fighting with the person carrying a gun, you did not go there You did not even see how the incident, the struggle between themselves unfolded. Do you understand that?
Uyawuzwa kahle umbuzo ukuthi ke labantu abathathu bebalwa naye lo muntu ophethe isibhamu wena zangu uye lapho futhi azange ubone ukuthi ngesikhathi balwa lapha kugcine kwenzakalana ngesikhathi ba struggle bobathathu. That's correct?
Thank you. That's what I was asking for. And you did not see who fired shot.
And azange ubone ukuthi ngubani odubulile.
You have already answered that question. Then my next question is, if it can be said that the shot was fired by someone else amongst the 3 people who were fighting with the intruder, you will not be in a position to comment on that.
Uma ungathiwa ke odubulile ke lekudubula kuqhamuka komunye laba bathathu bebalwa naye lo ohlasela endlini angeke ukwazi ukuthi uphawule ngalokho.
The witness has already answered that. Is there a reason why it's been repeated?
Yes.
I did not get that answer, my lord.
You did not get the answer.
Yes, I was asking this question because I did not get it from the witness, my lord.
Baloy?
Maybe we can play the record. It will show. Maybe it missed my ears, my lord. Can you play the record?
As a court, please, my lord, I don't want to speak on behalf of the witness. If the record needs to be played, by all means, my lord.
Come again, I can hear you.
I say I don't want to read what I've written here, but if we need to play the record, my lord, so be it. But my note says that it appears to him that the person who shot was the one who was armed. He's the only one who had the fire. That's the witness answer.
I also wrote that on my notes. That's what I also wrote.
From the witness, my lord.
Yeah, when he said, if you see someone barging in, wielding a firearm, and you hear the ringing of gunshot,
Yes.
you will assume that the
You will
person
assume.
who was wielding a firearm is the one who fired the shot.
Yes. Oh, thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. So, Mr. Madlala, that's an assumption that you assumed that the person who fired shot, it was the one who had the gunshot,
So
not
lokho-
that you saw.
Lokho ucabangela ukuthi lo muntu ophethe isibhamu nguye odubulile hayi ukuthi into wena oyibonile le ukuthi nguye ngempela odubulile.
Ya kunjalo because angaze ngisibone esinye isibhamu endlini ngaphandle kwalesi.
Yes, it is so because I have not seen any firearm inside the house besides that one.
Thank you. And the people who were together, who were fighting with the people who were fighting with the first intruder when the deceased was shot are the people that you spent the night with them.
And labantu laba abalwa nomhlaselo oqala labathathu laba ke ngesikhathi kudutshulwa nemufi ilabantu oqitha nabo busuku.
Njengoba ngangivakashela uSenzo ngangizolala kuphi mhlambe angazi ngangizolala laphi kanti ngangizolala eminyangweni njengoba ngangivakashela uSenzo ngangivele ngizolala lapha so mangasekho uSenzo ngizolala lapha vele still
Because I was visiting Senzo, where I was going to sleep over. Was I supposed to sleep over at the door? Because I was visiting Senzo is no longer. Yes, I'm supposed to have slept over right there.
Yeah, we want the answer for the record, Mr. Mashan. For the record, not for you.
ayikhona i-answer phakathi lapho
For the record,
ikhona i-answer phakathi
And answer is included.
the people who were fighting with the intruder
yes
who was carrying a gun
yes
are the people who offered you with an accommodation that night. Is that true?
Lalela labantu laba bathathu bebalwa naye lo mhlaselo ongenile uqala lokade isibhamu. Ngibo labantu ke abanike wena indawo yokulala lebusuku lokho kunjalo.
then ka-offerta angilizwisisa kahle ngangivele ngize khona lapha mina vele so
This word
offerta usho
of
ukuthini
offering, I don't understand it properly because I came just to that place. I was visiting the
ngangize
place.
khona lapha ngangizolala khona
I was going
Those,
to sleep over.
those are the people who gave you a place to sleep that night.
Yibo labantu laba bakunikeza indawo yokulala ngalobusuku lokho.
since njengoba ngangeza ngasekuqaleni ngangize kusenzo ofuthi usenzo onginikeza indawo yokulala ukuya lapha kwami ireason ukuthi ngilapha because of usenzo so uye wayezonginika indawo yokulala.
As I've said that my purpose of visiting there initially I was going to visit Senzo, and then Senzo was going to be the one who was going to offer me a place to sleep.
Are you okay, Mr. Madlala?
All right, Bob Madlala.
Are you not tired?
Awukakhathali?
Angazi mhlawumbe ngangicheck uphethe into yokutshela ngangicheck ukuthi angikhathele yini.
I don't know, maybe you can check me. Do you have maybe an apparatus to check me if I'm tired?
I think you are tired now because you don't understand what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Senzo here. Senzo is normal. And that night, you did not spend the night with the deceased. Do you understand that?
Uyazi ukuthi lobusuku loba awuchithanga naye umufi ngothi uSenzo akasekho phela lapho.
Yeah, usenzo bengikho kodwa la beyahlala khona bekukhona.
He was normal, but the place where he was residing, the place was there.
Yeah. In that place, you spent that night with the 3 people who were together with the person who was struggling with the 3 people when the shot was fired.
And lobusuku lobo buchithe lapho kule ndawo labantu abathathu ebeba lwana lo muntu lobeka phethe isibhamu ngolobusuku lobo.
Yebo kunjalo sekuyazwakala manje.
Yes, that's correct. Now I understand you.
That's what I wanted from you, but I understand your level.
My learned friend withdraw that last comment that she made. I think it's inappropriate.
My Lord, I understand that the witness is not familiar with the way in which the proceedings are conducted in court. He's a lay person, my
But you
Lord.
really can avoid belittling him with snide comments.
As the court visits. I will,
And so far you hadn't done it.
I will
don't know-
refrain, my Lord. I will
I don't know
refrain.
why it's coming.
I will refrain, my Lord. My apologies.
Malok, we insist that portion where she says she understands her level should be struck from the record.
It has been withdrawn, my Lord. There is no need even for that.
It is withdrawn.
Thank you, my Lord.
Besingekho kwasidingo sokuthi asho njalo.
There was
Mr.
no need for you to say that.
Mr. Madala, it has been withdrawn. It is, there's an apology for it. Let's move on.
No, ngiyaxolisa. Ukuthi usike wathi asihloniphane masikhuluma eqala nje ukukhuluma but akusekona ukuhlonipha la wakwenzayo.
I apologize.
Kusho yena meqala wathi ngiphendule court ngihloniphe but akasahloniphi yena.
Yeah, for a moment she didn't do it. Now she said she committed to show respect.
Okay.
Okay, Maleka, I apologize for that because initially she's the one who said that there should be respect whenever we communicate in court, but it's herself who is no longer showing respect.
Yes. Now, the shot had been fired at the deceased. What then happened?
Then uyadutshulwa ke yena umufi kwase kwenzekalani?
Masikhuluma isibhamu mina ngibaleke ngawungena ekamereni. So laba engazi bayenze kanjani mina ngibaleke ngawungena ekamereni.
When the shot rang, I ran into the bedroom, and then as to others, I don't know what happened of them.
How long did you spend inside the bedroom?
Uchithe isikhathi esingakanani lapha phakathi ekamereni?
Ngangeke nginake isikhathi simi ngikusona kodwa engikwaziyo ngezwe sekuthulekile sekukhuluma abantu bese endlini bodwa. Ngezwe abantu sebekhala then la ngimemeze khona because mangivula umnyango ubungavuleki. Then ngikwazi umthoko wazo ngivulela ngesipuni.
I couldn't have noticed the time in the condition that I was in because by that time I heard, how it was quiet and the house occupants that were the ones who were speaking inside the house, and then I tried opening the door, could not open, then Togosis is the one who came opening the door for me.
So in other words, you cannot tell this court how long did you spend inside the bedroom?
Ngamanye amagama ngeke ukwazi ukuyitshela inkundla yamacala ukuthi uchithe isikhathi esingakanani ngaphakathi lapha ku-bedroom.
Angeke ngikwazi because umqondo wami ongekho esikhathini ngendlela engithuke ngakhona ongekho nginganginaki isikhathi.
Yes, I can't because the way in which the state of my mind was, I was in shock. So I could not have noticed the time.
And then when you came out from that bedroom into the lounge, were there any people in the lounge?
Ngesikhathi uphuma lapha ekamereni uza e-lounge ke bebakhona abantu lapha ke ngaphakathi e-lounge.
Yebo bebekhona.
Yes, they were.
Who were those people?
Bobani labantu bebakhona phakathi e-lounge.
Bekhona abantu abevele bekhona endlini.
If you still remember.
uma usakwazi ukukhumbula ukuthi bobani labantu bebakhona lapha ku lounge.
The people who were inside the lounge, who were at the lounge when you came out from the bedroom.
Abantu babalapha e lounge ngaphakathi ngesikhathi unokuqhamuka uvela ekamereni.
I think kwakuKelly, uMakaKelly, uZandi, uMthobo.
I think it was Kelly's mother, Zandi, and Mtogo.
4 of them.
Bebabale baba.
Yeah.
Yes.
And where was
Umfana omncane lo, umfana waKelly omncane.
Even this small boy, Kelly's child.
and where was the deceased at that time?
Then yena ke umufi bekakuphi ngesikhathi leso?
Ubeka between isofa le angithi mawungena ngomnyango ungena so isofa le ka right mawungena iminyango ka right between isofa ne stand se TV.
He was between the sofa. If you enter on the right hand side, between the sofa and then a TV stand.
So it means the deceased was also inside at the lounge.
Yes.
Yena umufi naye bekakhona lapha e lounge.
Yes.
Yes. What was he doing?
Bekenzani?
Cause mangiphuma mina ngiya kuye ngafika nje kunamadotinyana egazi phansi then mangibheka iskipha kusinembobo ngabona ukuthi udubulekile.
So when I came out going to him, I noticed that there were blood spots on the floor. Then when observing his t-shirt, there was a hole. Then I realized that he was shot.
When you realized that he had been shot, what did you do?
Ngemva kokuthi sobona ukuthi udutshuliwe ke waswenzani.
Abengikhala
I was crying.
then ngasekuthiwa
Crying for what?
Ukhala.
angazi ukuphendula kanjani lo muntu ambuza ngikhalelani.
I don't know. I'm going to answer you if you ask me why I was crying.
At that time, I asked you as to where was the deceased, and then you said he was at the lounge at that time. Is that correct?
Ngibuze ukuthi umufi bekakuphi ngesikhathi sowathi bakaselonje kunjalo?
Yebo kunjani.
That's correct.
What was his condition?
Isimo sakhe besinjani icondition yakhe?
Ngiyasho ukuthi bedubulekile ngoba bekunembobo la kunegazi phansi lamadotinyana la phansi la igazi
Yes, I've already said that he appeared to be shot at because there was a hole on the t-shirt and then on the floor itself there were blood spots.
What else you noticed at the deceased?
Yini futhi okunye uye waqaphela wakubona kuye umufi?
awukho kunye ngokuqaphela.
There's nothing further that I observed from the deceased.
He was helpless at that particular time, am I correct? The deceased.
Ngesikhathi leso vele ke bakasesimeni esiqayi beka helpless.
Helpless njani ubelele phansi ngithelele ngathulele ngeside.
Helpless in what way? Because he was lying on the floor but on his side.
Yes.
Mr. Matal,
Yeah.
helpless means when somebody cannot do things for themselves.
Yeah.
When a person is in a position or condition where they don't have strength, they cannot do necessary things for themselves.
Uyazisa Nkosi yami ukuthi legama lisho ukuthi umuntu usesimeni la angakwazi ukuzinceda khona usesimeni esibuqayi.
Yes kunjalo bekanti bekunjalo.
Yes, he was in that condition.
Okay. What initiation did you take first to assist the deceased, besides crying?
Yini okwenza
What
kuqala ukuncedisa
initiative?
yena umufi ngaphandle kokuthi ukhale?
To assist the helpless person who was lying down, as we are saying.
Ukuncedisa lo muntu bakasesimeni sibuqayi esebangwa nabezimu yini okuqala ukwenzile wena?
If there is anything, if you did not do anything, just say so that you did not do anything.
Uma kukhona okwenzile ke ungasho kodwa uma kungekho ungasho nakhona ukuthi akukho okwenzile.
Asithe ukuthi simthathe simfake emotweni because ukhe lwahlehlisa imoto wayipanga kule side lengalale lebhadi wayipanga khona wayisondeza ngase le side lekhishi ngasekhishi so samthatha samfake emotweni.
I can say we put her inside the motor vehicle because Kaylee drove the car close to the side of the kitchen, then we put him inside the motor
Who
vehicle.
decided that he must be taken to the hospital?
Ngubani othethe isinqumo sokuthi ayiswe esibhedlela?
Angazi ukuthi bawathatha isinqumo.
I don't know who decided.
Why?
Kungani?
I don't know. You were still there inside the house.
Usisengaphathi kwena.
Ngangeke nginothise yonke into umqondo wami osukulento eyenzekile ngeke nginothise yonke into eyenzakalile.
I could not notice everything that was transpiring inside the house because my mind was focusing on what had happened.
Did you call the ambulance to come and assist?
Ngiyena busy ambulance ukuthi izongincedisa.
I mean, you as Mr. Madlala, when
Ngisho
you
wena
realized
njengomdlali.
that he was helpless, your friend, did you call the ambulance to say, come and help, there is a person who has been injured here?
Lala ke umbuzo uthi wena njengoDumelo Madlala ke uye ngesikhathi umbona ukuthi usesimeni sebucayi uye wabiza ambulance ukuthi izizoncedisa ke yena nomngane wakho.
Angithi ukelwa esethathile imoto ehlekisa imoto uthi afakwa esibhedlela. So
Isn't that Kelly has already driven the vehicle or the motor vehicle closer so that we can put him inside, take him to the hospital?
I understand that, and you do not know how Kelly Kumalo came up to that decision of taking the deceased. But I'm asking you on your own to say, did you call the ambulance to say there's a person who has been injured here, come and help us?
Lalela ke angeke ukwazi ukuthi yini isinqumo lesi yini lokho kwenza ukuthi uKelly athathe lesinqumo sokuthi ke athathe umufi amise khona esibhedlela. Ngisho ukuthi wena esihlangothini lakho uye wayibiza iambulance na wathi izanizoncedisa phela kanye nangu umuntu ulimele.
firstly into engingayisho even if ngi best friend yakaSenzo angeke ngithathe izinqumo kukhona umuntu athandana naye la kuyena ozaqala kuyena so angeke ngithathe izinqumo ngithi akwenze ukuthi ngubani mina ngumngani nje angeke ngifane nomuntu athandana naye.
To start with, even though I'm the best friend of Senzo, I cannot just take the decisions on my own if there is a Senzo Slava, the one who can, be able to make such decisions. Who am I to can take such decisions if the lover is present?
So as a result of that, you did not call the ambulance?
Yes, that's a local azango wibize ambulance.
Ngalo nakuzathu lokho ziningi nje izathu anginawo nalawo manamba ambulance engizowafonela ngani.
Besides that reason, there are many reasons. Another reason is that I don't have even the ambulance numbers. How would I have called?
Yeah, because you also did not have the number. That is why you did not call the ambulance.
Nguthi bunganayo number kungakho ungazange uyibize ambulance.
Ngiyasho ngathi ziningi izathu akusona leso kuphela ngisibeke ekuqaleni.
Yes, I've said that there are many reasons. The reason that I mentioned initially is not the only reason.
Yes. Then what happened? Tell us now. You were moving. By the way, when you were running into the bedroom, were you running with your crutches?
Uyagijima ubaleka lapha ebedroom ubaleka ngama-crutches wakho.
No, ama-crutches ngisho abekasetshenziswa uzandi nganoma noma ukheli nomunye wayeliphethe futhi ayo-2 ama-crutches ebesebenzisa wona ukushaya lo muntu lo ophethe isibhamu.
No, I've already said that the crutches was used by Zande. I don't know if this other one was used by Kelly, but they used these crutches to beat up or assault this intruder.
So you could walk without them?
Bokwazi uhamba ngaphandle kwawo lama-crutches.
Yes, bengikwazi ukuhamba phambili.
Yes.
After the incident, you said, when were they taken by the police, the crashes?
Uthi ngemva kwalesehlakalo wona lama-crutches athethwe nini maphoyisa?
Indaba yaleyo ukuthi ngathi angisayikhumbuli kahle ukuthi kodwa ngikhumbula bewabuyisa nje bawabuyisele eThekwini. Angisakhumbula bawathathela khona eThekwini bawathathela ngala because abene scratch now becrashekile.
Okay. But you cannot.
Can I interpret the answer, please, Ms. Mshololo? I don't know about that, but then they were brought back at Durban. As to whether they were taken at Durban, I cannot recall because these scratches had a scratch also. So I don't recall clearly as to when they were taken.
And those crashes had been used during the commission of the offense?
Then lama crutches lawa asetshenziswa ngesikhathi kwenzeka leli cala.
Yebo.
That is correct.
Will I be wrong to say that they were fetched from you in Durban by a certain police officer?
Zabe nginephutha lengithi lama crutches athathwa kuwe le eThekwini alandwa elinye iphoyisa.
Ngabe awunalo iphutha nalapho.
No.
Ngoba ngisakhumbuli kahle.
You won't be making a mistake because I don't recall.
Yeah. Then you now moving to the hospital.
Manje siya isibhedlela. Yes, ukhulume ngoba ngisho umshini ngekhulisa Nkosi.
I heard you talking about the face cloth that you used when you were carrying the deceased.
Ngize
Am I
ngikhuluma
correct?
ngendwango ukuthi benisebenzise ngesikhathi niphethene nigukene nomufi kunjalo?
Yebo kunjani.
That is correct.
What did you use it for?
Nisebenziseni le ndwango benisebenziselani?
Usisi Loro anti wayethi asivale ngayo sivale usenzo la embobeni.
Okay.
So angableed.
This lady or this aunt said we should use it to cover the wound on Senzo so that he could not bleed.
Who's that aunt?
Ubando auntie.
Angimazi ngicanga umakhelwane wakhona lapha.
I don't know her. I think it's the neighbor.
Okay, when did she arrive in the house?
Ufike nini endlini?
Angibonanga afika but mase semotweni nje waqhamana nethola ukuthi simvale ngalo.
I did not see her on her arrival, but when we were inside the motor vehicle, I saw her coming with the cloth saying that we should use it to cover.
How long did it take you to transport the deceased to the hospital?
Kunithatha isikhathi singakanani ukuthi nimhambise yena umufi nimise esibhedlela?
Angisazi ngikwazi ukuqala isikhathi kodwa ukhelo bedriver nje egijima ngale ndlela uthi uzandi wazi wamkhuza.
I cannot estimate at the time, but Kelly drove fast to such an event that even Zandi, warned her.
Okay, no, sorry, I did not mean that. I mean from the time when the deceased was shot. You understand?
Bengasho lokho ngithi kusuka ngesikhathi leso umufi adutshulwa.
Up to the time when you took him to the vehicle and left to the hospital. How long did you wait?
Ngamanye amagama ethi ngichaze kusuka lokho umufi adutshulwa ukuze nimthathe nimise lapha emotweni nilinde isikhathi singakanani phakathi kwale ndawo lezi zithu.
Noma ngibe sure but akubani isikhathi eside.
Even though I cannot be sure, but then it was not too much of a time.
And how long did it take you to arrive at the hospital?
Kunithethe isikhathi singakanani ukuthi nifike esibhedlela?
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi ukhelo begijima I don't think kupheleni ngisho 30 minutes. I'm not sure. I don't think yaphela 30 minutes.
As I was saying that Kelly was driving very fast, I don't think that 30 minutes elapsed.
Oh, so you also don't know?
Nolapha was. That's correct.
Thank you, my lord. My lord, can I ask that we should take a long adjournment at this time?
Which media house is that?
Yeah, well, we've spoken to the representatives of the concerned media houses. They say there are camera persons who feed to different media houses. So it appears that is the SABC camera person who did this, my lord.
And why was that done? What is their explanation?
Well, when we brought it to the attention of the journalists, they were still trying to establish as to what the reason is when the court came in. So we're still trying to establish what the reason is, that what the reason therefore is, my lord.
So what do you suggest?
Well, my lord, that will be clearly in contravention of the agreement that was reached with the media houses. Now, obviously, it's a very sensitive issue, my lord, regarding this this witness.
And we had emphasized on that.
Yes, indeed, my lord. Perhaps if we can take just a brief. The court need not go back to the chambers, just for us to see how we can perhaps deal with this. Just a few minutes, my lord.
I don't expect whoever is responsible, I don't expect them in here when I return. We don't want to risk the lives of anyone in this case.
court pleases, my lord, we are indebted to court for the indulgence. My lord, we had a meeting with the various media houses and the cameraman. We look at the live feed, the one that is streamed live, and the particular footage doesn't appear on the live feed. A possibility has been mentioned that perhaps it's some manipulation or photoshopping, and that is being looked into, my lord. So at this stage, we cannot really...
Is that the point? What the point? The question is, why was it done in the first instance? That is the point. As to what then happened thereafter, I'm saying, in this case, we had an incident which involves the media houses, and that caused us to set rules, and those rules apply. And I'm not continuing with this trial with the person who went offending inside. I'm not doing that. That person, whatever the effect and the extent of the footage, that person should leave this courtroom now. If we don't know who it is, all media is going out now.
As the court pleases, yeah, I think it would then be a question of self-correction by all the media houses. They just have to get together and try and establish who the culprit is, and
Not at our expense.
yes.
If they don't know now as we sit, let them excuse us now so that we proceed with this trial. We are not here at their beckoning. We are here to do our job, and we set firm rules, clear rules. That's why I did not take any hard steps in the beginning. But if we still have such a thing now, they are to leave. If the media people don't know who it is, all media is getting out now so that we proceed with this case.
As a court, please, perhaps if maybe we were to, I don't know, I would maybe suggest that we adjourn for a longer period, maybe 10 minutes. The court can go back to the chambers. We'll call the court when we are ready, just to try.
And what is the delay? Is it not known who it is? Because if it is known, not known, then all media should get out now. They will sort it out overnight. Tomorrow they will come telling us who it is, and then maybe some of them will come back in.
Yes, yeah.
We are not to sacrifice time for trial because of people who want to go sensational at the expense of the lives of other people. We can't do that.
Yes. Indeed, my lord, and at the same time, we try not to punish the innocent media houses who are not involved in this. Hence, we're trying to establish who the culprit is, so that that person can be dealt with once and for all, my lord.
I hear what you're saying, but if you are here and you are a media person and you didn't do it, you must know who it is.
Yes.
I mean, we shouldn't be sold that kind of a dummy of people pointing fingers at all directions just to confuse. If the problem is the media, then let them go out and sort out about who went errant, and that person will remain outside. All those who are innocent will come back.
As the court pleases, if the court so directs, then we'll then proceed in the absence of the media.
Yes, will the protection people assist us? If it is not known which media it is, let all media get out now so that we proceed with this trial.